Yellow, yellow. Hi, 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 hi. Yellow. Hi, Hot Rod. Hello, hello, everyone else. So, you already know what we're doing today. We're gonna finish Tangle Tower. Opera GX. Refer to DM. I don't like opera. I don't like opera. Hold on. Where did I don't have a DM from you. I don't have a DM from you. What the heck are you talking about, goober? I see. Ah, I see. Okay. Does that mean you're picking up the California Fire Relief Bundle from Itch? Are you picking up the California Fire Relief Bundle from Itch? It was me, Negawark. Excellent. So as you can see, they are deliriously close to hitting their goal. They have 9 days left, and it is so fantastic. It is so fantastic. Like the video that you sent? Is it... I'm trying to think. Is it the one where it's like, I diagnose you with cute? I do see things, but I tend to get so frazzled that I sometimes forget to reply to things. Yesterday I had my first in-car driving lesson. It went really well, but it made me so just keyed up that I was super sleepy and hungry for the rest of the day, like actively falling asleep and eating like twice the normal amount that I would eat, just because of like the amount of energy that was being requested of my body due to anxiety about cartoons. Sorry. I'm 80% sure that I watched it, but brain soft. Brain's so soft. I didn't crash a car. And that's that is the pride and joy I'm going to ride for the rest of this week. But yeah. Welcome back to Tangle Tower. Based on estimations, we have at least an hour and a half left in this game. After that, I have something picked out that we can switch to. But for now, Bubsles, help relieve some stress. Conceptually, it's made it less scary, but I have a generalized anxiety disorder, and man, did the amount of awareness and anxiety that it induced just absolutely took me out. So it's gonna be a long road of exposure and repetition until I'm normal. But yeah, no, I spent 2 hours driving up and down public side streets, and I was fine. Pedestrians are 1, cyclists are 50, motorcyclists are 100. Yeah. Exactly. Oh goodness. The best way to start off, just get to know the brakes. Yeah. There's a lot of like feeling out the timing of when to, stop getting at gas and start slowing down and how much brake to give it. That's muscle memory and knowing the individual vehicle. Also, we may end up with some audio pollution on stream in a bit. If it becomes obnoxious, I might mute up for 10-20 minutes, let it pass. We'll just have Tangle Tower audio. But if not, we'll see. We'll see. Alright. We have discovered 25 things, 8 people, and we have made 3 accusations. Not bad. Okay. Let's just re-review what we were doing here. We haven't gotten Fitz's story, so we might want to go back and get that. The crumpled paper was really concerning. Just Captain Planet on that pollution. Unironically, noise pollution is an actual, like, environmental concern in some places. Some people have a hard time wrapping their heads around how that's a problem. But, like, if you think about how much sound alone can stress certain animals out, like, it can genuinely, like, change animal populations and stuff. It is not that much of a joke, even if it's hard to conceptualize. So we had just... Alright, yeah, I'm collecting my thoughts. We had just confronted Poppy about the cassette, the pink cassette specifically being hers. We've not gone up to here, and we're almost ready to unlock this. Let's go down and get a statement from Fitz before we do that, actually. Long, long man. Hi. Yep, I completely missed statements. But also, okay, we did show him his own travel. Let's ask him about the potted flower.
A flower?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Everyone lies so much in this game. Okay, ooh, the drawings.
One of these drawings is of you in
And
the rooftop
Poppy.
garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Are we done?
Ooh. He's very suspicious. I'll try sheet music.
Piano music. I remember when she started learning.
Mm-hmm.
She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
I could have shown the sheet music to Poppy. That would have been an option. How about this?
Petals. They,
What?
they're red.
Wow, they sure are. Amazing. How about this?
Best work, in my opinion.
Meow.
Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
The real thing. You know, the real thing that doesn't exist? Yeah, the real thing that doesn't exist.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Aww. Kind of me-coded. Forgetful as all get out. How'd you know if you hadn't been there? I'd been there.
What's with the broken glass?
That's what we're trying to find out, bro. Yeah, let's go Poppy.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
Let me pause that.
Boyo! Wow! Boyo!
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
He looks so grumpy sometimes.
Proud.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Mate.
The logic is incredible.
That's quite sweet, really.
How about this?
Felix made that? Huh.
Okay, we're getting shorter and shorter stuff. Let's just go through
Looks
everything.
like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's
Real.
the main thing making me want to read it.
Okay, that is everything. Well, oh man, it doesn't actually show us if we have asked them about the individual people. Like, there's no indication. like how the objects have check marks.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's
Ooh.
not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
No.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
That silence was a bit much. How about Poppy
He
then?
and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
They get each
She's very
other.
kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly.
Hmm.
I've been teaching her.
Right.
That's
Is
cool.
something wrong?
There is a strange dynamic happening. I'll leave it here, and we'll get a statement.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
It was a
It was
gramophone.
coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We.
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that?
You did not.
Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted.
2
Nobody
times?
responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
With her
I
cousin.
did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while.
Oh, she was drawn
When
laying
came
down
back, She
there.
had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the 2 of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
And she's still waiting outside to this day. Dang, bro.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Okay. Let's do it.
So,
J'accuse.
Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
Yes. She doesn't like me very much.
I just know that what a
Yeah, she
trowel
was
is.
mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Here we go.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
We got this, bros. We got this, bros.
What about this?
That.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Question is it from Penny or Poppy? To bury. To cut. Or of a matching set. If it's to look after. Maybe he comes in and checks on this. So, ornate trowel used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is
Boom.
used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Liar.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Okay. So there's the flower itself, but I'm wondering if the message is important. I'm gonna try the message first.
That's not right.
Okay.
We need a clue that's got some connection to this one.
Trowel?
That's not right.
Interesting. Okay. So it wouldn't put us into this scenario if we didn't already have what's going on. Could the letter be theirs? Check the painting? Maybe. It's drawn on the other sheet? Hold on. The combination could be the two doors.
That's not right.
So there's the painting. My other suspicion might be the drawings? Photo of the painting. This is the painted portrait. You could be meaning that, but Birdcage has the most to do with Penny. I don't think so. Sure. Try this.
That's not right.
Okay. Just gonna go
That's
through.
not right.
The pots. Hold on.
Let's take a closer look at these.
That should have been obvious. Okay. Pot and pot. And yeah, no, easy.
Pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden, almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Oh, probably greenhouse instead of garden.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
Okay, gearing back up.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Changing the soil's a bit weird. Like, repotting, sure, but like... maybe the blueness gets depleted after a while, and there's like, you need a constant influx of like the special nutrient soil, maybe? Giving you the benefit of the doubt, my dude. I just want to say hi to this beetle again.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
I hope so. You scared, Grimoire? Scared of little bug? Okay, let's go see Professor Pointer. Eat it and gain its power. Why is he throwing it back like that? Sir? Hello?
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars.
No.
They're whispering.
No.
So quiet, and yet
They don't
so
do that.
loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens.
It only took her meeting every single person in the building to figure that out.
Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
And also the physical towers. Anyways, this man has birdhouse hair. Oh, you beat me to it! Tit for tat, my bro. Tit for tat. I wonder if he's actually bald and this is like a toupee that he has going on. Just based on like the hairline going on here. He could totally have like a big receding area back there.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return.
Man, if only we funded the science and arts.
Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
I love that.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
It's because she got 2 planets in her hair orbiting Sally's head. The gravitational pull of Sally is immense. Okay. Start with Flora.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family.
You can't just ask people that. Oh my god, Grim.
I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
I don't like the look he gave at the end of it.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
There's some spice there. Okay.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Oh, hold on. We do have check marks for questioning about people.
Ah, yes.
Interesting.
The heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
They could team up. They could put their differences aside. I believe in them. The fact that it already has content of the Funny Greens on the Funny Green site. What is the Funny Green site? No, I don't know what that is. He has a toupee if you notice his beard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just the way the hairline, like, leads backwards some. Shaking your hand on that, Hot Rod. Best not to know. Concerning. I will leave that one be.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
Okay, so you didn't hire Hawkshaw then, right?
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
His wall-eyed pupils drifting apart from each other are my everything.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her.
Aw.
But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
Was a look of suspicion from Grimm. Keep pulling on his chin like that. No wonder why his chin's that big. Elongate. He's shaped his skull that way over the years on accident.
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
True.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Ooh. Ooh.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
Oh my god.
3.
Yeah, we don't have time.
83.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time,
Huh?
till she marries the gardener,
She'll still be your niece.
Yeah.
she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
It's not her fault that typically women take the men's last name. Blame the convention.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Can she do no wrong, Mr. Pointer?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Interesting choice of verbiage. Okay. Baby
What a
Poppy.
precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
Wait, that's really cute. Okay, he sounds like someone who might know the most about the harp statue.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone.
What?
The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
That was a very forceful suggestion. Sheet music.
Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano.
Mm-hmm.
Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother.
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Oh. Okay, that's lovely. Let's do the damage tape.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
Real?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's
A
becoming
little.
one with nature, all the same.
Evidently she doesn't have it up on her wall anymore. there's a weird quantum situation with our, like, quote-unquote inventory, where we're not taking these things all the time. Sometimes we're taking them, sometimes we're just taking the idea of them. We can go to her room and that's still gonna be there. But contextually, what did we take? I think contextually... we have to have physically taken the damaged tape because we were able to put it into the gramophone. And they specifically pointed out with the photo of a painting that there was a mini version that we could take, and the secret diary we definitely physically took, but the other ones, no. You took a quantum copy. We're not supposed to think about it this hard, but I'm thinking about it. Gramophone.
Pointer property originally purloined by the fellows. Typical.
They were sharing in earnest. For someone who started his description of the two families as only divided in our mind, he's a lot more territorial than he wanted to market himself as initially.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
Full of broken glass. Just salty he's losing his daughter. Yeah. He's still a hypocrite, though. It doesn't change that, the fact that he is being a total hypocrite.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
Check the egg.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Sally on that girl power. What a trowel.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
Test it for bludge. God forbid a woman have hobbies.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Meow. Okay, let's check this.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
Okay, let's check this ominous message.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
I don't like the way he said that. I don't trust Professor Pointer. I also don't trust, Felix. I don't like either of their vibes. Fitz is a little... Fitz and Hawkshaw, I trust a little more than Pointer and Felix. But that's kind of where my tier levels are. They're also 9/10 the law. Maybe you'll have something interesting to say about the plant life.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
Science. You should understand that, man. Fifi, best girl. Science. Okay.
Here's
Try this.
Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
For a stab wound? The paints.
Is this important?
Yeah, one's full of blood. God forbid boys have hobbies either. Everyone's just so judgmental.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Correct. And I guess we can just go through everything.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
Yeah. He's not divulging anything super special.
These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
True.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. The sound effect was really good.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
True.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby.
It's always the question, could you do any better? Pointer?
Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Rotting out.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
It's about how much out time they get. And apparently she does give them out time.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
A secret diary.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
It's locked. Boy, howdy, is it locked.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
She did it
The
after.
knife with real
Or she did it
blood on
before.
it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
Yeah. He was not helpful at all. Okay, statement time.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I
That's
recognized
weird.
Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona.
My memory of the other statements aren't perfect, but this is straying, I think.
It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something.
Oh.
We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was
Never
lying
mind
on
then.
her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
I guess not. The vibes are weird.
That's all the statements.
This is true.
Let's go over them all.
Later, I'm gonna investigate his room first.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Let's look at it.
Wait a minute.
Puzzle. Puzzle located.
Earth in the middle. Sun on the outside.
Geocentric model.
How old is this thing?
So I'm wondering if the pattern on the bottom is gonna mean it. Oh, the shadows. Ooh, are we doing something specific with the shadows? Ooh, okay. Shadow puzzle. Set these here for now. Hold on. These are here. Is that it?
That's the one.
Easy. Easy.
Hey, not bad.
Oh, it's not consistent with the actual sprite in the world. I get it, but also boo.
Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Golden beetle. Okay. It's off predators with a loud hiss. Records over 95 decibels. By being completely undigestible. Mistid has somewhat surreptitious reputation for causing ill fortune. This thing was in the gramophone. I'm calling it. This thing was in the gramophone. Or it was eaten by a red-faced bird that Flora was holding. And then it made some kind of sound. Real.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Air, apparently.
Other than bells, you mean?
You could eat it, you're built different. Don't know how damaging 95 decibels would actually be. Like, I don't know any, like, reasonable decibels to compare it with.
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
Brand new.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
Correct. What happened?
Picture frame.
With no picture.
That's weird.
Pretty.
Is there really nothing else for us here?
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally?
Jupiter. Boop.
A spyglass to the stars.
Oh.
Volumes 1 to 12.
Hi, Foxed. Hi.
They're in very good condition.
Okay. Sky.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
Actually, why is Pointer looking through the telescope right now? He might be permanently damaging his eyesight if there's too much sunlight in that.
It's also daytime.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
Man's gonna go blind.
I want to try.
Oh. Okay, so he's spying. Good to know. Okay.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Secret upper room.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
Secret upper room.
We should check that next time we're over there.
Yeah.
You can see right into Flora's room.
It's probably where she sleeps up there. Although, apparently she doesn't do a lot of sleeping. Only logical reason to use a telescope during the day. Unfortunately, you seem to be right.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up.
No, she's damaging her eyesight.
Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Plant.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off in the wind?
That'd be a pretty strong gust. Logical? Yes. Moral? Debatable.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
I think the only big revelation is supposed to be the window. Or, yeah, the little window up there. Nothing else is especially crazy, I'm thinking.
Trees, for some reason.
From the garden, which we still haven't gone into yet. Moss.
It's the tower opposite this one.
Okay.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope?
True.
I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
That's creepy. He was looking at the room at the time of the murder. Yeah. I'm not liking his vibes. I'm liking them less and less. Hold on, wait. Did we get... We only got the beetle from this room. There's gotta be something else.
What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
I can ask him about the beetle real quick. Little creepy freak. I have a negative opinion of him as we go on.
We found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower.
Sure.
I'm the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Jacuse.
Let's ask him about it.
Jacuse.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You kept planning after yourself. Just when a meteor is heading straight for Earth.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
People.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Look at his arm
Right.
movements.
That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
About that.
Okay. Above, actually looking at the crime scene. Not up at the sky. Yeah.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Yes.
Are you spying?
Why would I need a
Yes.
spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen. and it's made you paranoid.
The empty bell jar.
Somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window.
We knew they were both
I couldn't
down.
see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Yeah, motive.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Not right away. Not right away. You're giving us much to do. I want to unlock this. Okay, I guess we go back here for looking at all of the statements. Let's head into Felix's room, because we already did Poppy's side of the puzzle. I think I, just generally remember what we're doing with the suns.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Okie doke. I think it's this. Boom.
It made a noise.
It's been multiple days and somehow I remembered that.
I guess that was right.
Ugh, brains are weird.
Finally, it's open.
Neat, neat, neat.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Show me the garden. Oh, another little critter. Ooh. Dragonfly.
It's one big dragonfly.
Oh, I love that.
Or one very small dragon. It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
It's holding something?
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Those, I think, were put there.
Well, they're not part of the statue.
Yeah.
And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Someone wore those when the beetle made it cheap. Okay. And that puts suspicion on Poppy and Fitz, because they're the people that can access this room. Oh.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
1, 2, 3, 4. Teal, yellow, violet. It very much matches that one, but the teal isn't represented. Interesting. Okay.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
After I check this room out more.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
Okay.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Not always.
Exactly.
Okay, girly. Egg.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Why not?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
It's an easy shape.
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
A circle, but imperfect. Little cheapers.
Trees. On a roof.
It's fine.
In a garden.
It's fine.
In a garden. On a roof.
It's fine. There's no structural issues at all. Pond.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Just for not falling in.
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Bridge.
Oh good. A bridge.
Schmancy. Oop. Excuse-moi. Oop.
I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Okay. Oh, Penny. Hi, ma'am. I'm gonna ask you about some of the other things as well.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Oh, she's still keeping a secret, though. That's kind of cute.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Oh my god. This is spicy.
Not a fan of insects myself.
Mm-hmm.
Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
Fair.
No, can't say I... Rhea, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
I want to be Freya. Except maybe not the murdered part.
Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be. There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
Disappointingly puts down a knife. No, pick it back up. Knife fight. Come on, you and me. Come on. Fight me. Knife fight.
That is a very good question.
Okay. Squares that up. We do have more people, though. Nah. Go reach us to the suspicion.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Or she received it and then hid it.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Right here.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
5k more clams. Goodness.
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears.
Gonna have the birds steal for
What are you
them.
accusing me of?
It'd be wild. Okay. Penny's birds. used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. Because they were planning a murder is wild. Bribe stolen from. I guess we're gonna take a shot at this one.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Steal evidence from them. Jumped out the window, goodness. Didn't work, maybe? It could be any one of these. I'm not sure what her motive is. The fact that she has the petals means she got them to take something, though?
Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to
Vectors.
prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Oop.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Look behind, visiting the rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
Just talk to him. Goodness, woman.
I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
The music shifts are wild. The subtle changes in tone with it, really good. Okay. That's that with her then. I want to show him the golden beetle image. Boop. Hi. Hello. Yep, starting with
What's
this.
this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Underwhelming, because he was definitely talking about it. I'm gonna ask him more about the statues.
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
I don't know about that.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements.
All's not well in the Pointer household. Yeah. They seem to be doing worse than the others.
But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
I don't think anything else is going to be of special importance, but... ask him about Pointer.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know.
It's very straightforward.
We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just
It's skipping
saying,
forward, kind
keep an
of.
eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer.
just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Something audio skipped ahead there, and I can't tell if I just squeezed my mouse a little bit or if it just did that on its own. Okay, not crazy interested in what he has to say for the other stuff. Just really want to check that. Now, see what you have to say about the beetle. That could be interesting. People.
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Just funny given the fellows are literally dealing with a murdered family member. Sometimes a murder is simpler than family dynamics. Just strange.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Neat, 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 neat. Show her the little bit of Poppy.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Everyone's guarding her secrets so well. That's kind of cute. Okay, let's go back into the tower, too. Oh! I see. Okay, then. Uppies. Okay. Yeah, wow. What's that?
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Interesting. Box.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
Wishful thinking.
Open it. It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
Wolfman.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
Recent addition.
Also, it's not a statue.
It's real.
It's stuffed.
Ugh. That's worse.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Urn?
Huh.
I hope it's an urn. Okay.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Oh, come on. Open the box.
Just dusty junk.
Window.
Someone painted out the window.
Oh. Okay.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
You can see into the room.
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Great.
Is that what I think it is?
The murder scene. Ugh.
Is that what I think it is?
Okay. Oof. What's this?
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Okay, I think that's all we're getting from here. The idea that there's a reel up here. Would you be able to dolly things up and down into the garden with it? Obviously there's things hanging in the aviary, but... Peek back in here just real quickly. The crack is probably right in that eye, which is crazy fun.
A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read. A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look...
Okay. Can we get anything from you?
Do you
Beetle.
know anything about this beetle?
Real.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
How about the sheet music? I don't think we're gonna get any special exceptions here. Okay. Okay, let's take us down to here. I'm worried that if we go over all the statements, it's gonna lock us into like an ending sequence of some kind. Oh. You're new.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
Hi.
There's a note stuck to the back.
Cute little thing.
Grimoire?
New friend. Like simple melodies. Best of luck to you two, Freya. What is wiggling? Oh goodness. Okay, Interesting. Those look kinda like a Rorschach test.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Okay.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Neat.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Oh, you know it. Unfinished business. That's fun. That's fun, that's fun.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Okay. I guess it just really wanted us to check it out. These are gonna be the shapes that we get out of the toy. It's gotta be. Okay.
Let's come back later.
Okay. Still just doing your thing. Okay.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library. But before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
Did we solve that sun and moon puzzle? Yes, we did. We have gotten onto the Moonlight Garden between the rooms.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
It could just not be a murder.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
No way you're thinking that they're all in on it. Okay. I guess we reevaluate them if we press that button. Interesting. We could check all of the locations with the little squiggle box. If we want to take it directly to somewhere that has music, then we could take it right to the music room. You're not doing anything specific. We already confronted her about this, but we didn't ask her about it.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play a tune for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Piano. We're gonna say that it has eyes. We're gonna say that the piano has eyes. Let's go set that right now. Which means that the symbols themselves are the sources.
Should we take another look?
Piano. This one right here. So you also have a bell, mouth, someone singing, and birds.
Let's come back later.
I hope this will save the positions that we put them in. Go to these birds. Okay, this one also has eyes, but more importantly, it has a :3 face. It has a :3 face. Okay. Do you save it?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Okay. Well, that's nice. It doesn't say where we put it, but it does give us an indicator.
Let's come back later.
Okay, bell and a song by mouth. I know where a bell is. I'm not sure I know who was singing something, though. Okay. Okay. The cassette. The cassette with the humming in it. Okay. It should be this one. Here we go. Come on, man.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Yeah, buddy. Okay.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Plug them into the sculpture.
Go back to the gardens again?
Yeah. Boop.
Let's try this again.
Okie dokie.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
Agreed. Oh, wait, that was it? That's you. You. Oh, right there.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing.
Unless it did something somewhere else.
Maybe it's broken.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Huh. Secret bear room.
Are we gonna go in?
You know we're going in.
Yeah. But there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Okay, so this could lock us in. Ooh. Okay. We don't even have all of the clues. We'd have to lob suspicion on everyone and talk about the crime scene. Okay. I guess that means we still didn't fully check out the crime scene then? Start there.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Okay, reconfirming this.
Yeah.
Come to think, Fitz is the person who pointed out that we probably don't have everything about the crime scene put together.
The room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
They must live in a very nicely weathered zone.
It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
Yeah.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
Else...
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back.
Mm-hmm.
There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
I've heard this before. It's not differing yet.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check the case file again.
Okay. Anything about it? There's no blood patch here. There's no blood patch there. That could be a discrepancy. But I guess if we already have a vial of blood that was just being used as paint, then it's entirely possible that it just was added after. This girl's alive. Is there any way for me to point that out, though? How do I bring attention to that? There's really still nothing else going on in
The
here.
room has a strange feeling.
Yeah, there might be a reason.
Got that.
Freya's painting supplies.
So we can just do this on any of them. Okay. Interesting. Okay. If we don't have... This is... You guys can't see this. This looks like a hint button. Just search the stone square. Is that here? It is. Okay.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
What acting?
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
There was a puzzle here that I never found. Okay.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
This is showing us numbers? Nine? I think maybe we have to get these into the positions that the actual numbers would be. So 1, 2, 3. 3 would be correct now. Which means 12 would have to be here. 3, 6, 9. Unless this is 6. Okay, 3 and 6. 3 is only controlled by 6. They control what's next to each other. Okay. No, this has to be 6. That has to be 9. Interesting. So 12 is the problem here, then. Oh? Oh, I'm just now noticing that they only want to move in units of 3 as well. Okay. Boom.
No, that was it.
Boom.
Nice work.
I love puzzles. Oh, goodness.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
We just stealing from Hawkshaw. Brass tool with a curved glass lens that has a screw at the base. Okay. Hi, Hawkshaw. Beetle.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
What a piece of work. How about this?
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
That's true. Let's give it the lens.
To you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope.
Oh.
Up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Wonder if we should go look at the crime scene with this thing?
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Interesting. Contradictions happening there. The loot.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs for blocking out sound.
Did we show it to
Perhaps they belong
Poppy?
to someone who doesn't like music.
Oh, wait, that's a good one. think that's a good bit. Okay, diary.
A diary? Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
We did get it open though. We asked Fifi to open it for us. Orange statue.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess.
True. Painting.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
What I really want to know is what... Can we put this onto Fifi's board? Maybe? It looks like we only have room for 2 more possible items of interest, which means I've missed 2 things.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
Okay. Let's peek this again.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
I'm really curious to know what that would have been. Bushes.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things.
For the investigation. I want to go to Fifi. Both Fifi and Fifi's room.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this? It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing.
Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Okay. Might be that once we leave this menu, it'll show us something, because this game does do a lot of that.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Calculating the possibility of each potential murderer.
That's gotta be Flora. Did you notice who isn't on here?
We've gotten this dialogue before.
Freya?
And Fifi herself.
Okay. Nothing else especially astounding.
Nice room.
It's a mess, but...
Okay. Oh, Fifi. Oh, Fifi. Hello. Boop. You know about this.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Well, who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
That's not what Hawkshaw said. Okay.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
But now I'm thinking that maybe the reel would have connected the 2 towers. Okay, let's go back to Pointer's Tower. Actually, wait, before we do that, let me just take stock. trying to think of what rooms we haven't gotten that much evidence from. Pointer's room is still kind of empty in terms of what we've gotten. So we've only got one thing. We've also only gotten one thing from the aviary. Technically only one thing from the greenhouse. Should ask Fitz about the beetle. Okay. Or actually, let's look back at that snow globe real quick.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Is there anything astounding?
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
The base? Nope. Outside?
Hey, look at that. It's
Nope.
That would make
Tap through that. Nada. Okay. Entomology section?
books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh. A book on the floor.
No. Entomology section being empty could be a suspicion.
Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
What is?
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
Okay, we didn't get this one. Inkdip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan. Often aggressive towards it. Lives life mostly alone. Eats the seed of Tantrum amica. Well, that looks like the plant. Feather. Knife. Feather knife. This. In the tower room. This. Knife. Cool. Neat. Let me choose. Let me choose. Hold on. It's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, you again.
A little pot plant.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Ah, come on, man.
There it is. The unfinished portrait. of
Come
Phil
on,
Phil.
man.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
There we go. Let me compare it to something. Rude. Okay, let's check back up in the attic. Be sure.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring?
Kinda.
That's the only rope thing. Okay. Pointer Tower. Hey, sir. Borrowing this again.
Astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
I don't see anything that looks like the reel would attach there.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
Nope, nothing
It's
special.
supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure
I
you...
can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Done that before. Okay, Mr. Professor Pointer. Small ones.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Ask about the real.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
More piece of evidence. I guess we're just gonna be going from room to room clicking on things again.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears.
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Trinkets.
Real.
They're clearly gizmos.
What about doodads?
It's a chart of the solar system.
Mm-hmm.
Which planet are you from, Sally?
Oh, we've got that one.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
They're in very good condition.
Okay. Oh, still just a very empty room.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
Pan through that quickly.
There's something kinda disappointing about this room.
Agreed.
I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
Sure.
It's tidier than my desk.
Oops.
Even the most well-used.
Okay. Oh, I guess that room is just a dud for us. Go this way and ask her about the bird. Oh, right, the ripped page. The ripped page could be the thing that says now I'll get her. Hold on, that's here. It does kind of look like it has the same trim that we're seeing. There's like a slight border.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Aww.
What about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Yeah. If you don't make more, you're still functionally extinct. Look at the lens.
I don't know what that is.
Sounds genuine.
Is that for sewing?
No way.
Maybe.
We
No.
have no idea.
Okay.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
Poke around a little more.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird
They're
diagrams.
beautiful.
Bird diagrams.
Okay, same things.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
I'm not thinking we're getting anything else out of this room. Okay. We'd go right down to Fitz. I'm cool with that. Hey, Fitzy. So we got the potted fruit from here, and that's it. It's not impossible to get something else from here.
A little chart of...
Never understood this.
Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
The fact that we can even look at it is interesting.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic...
Okay. It's not gonna help us in any way.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Hey. Hey, buddy. Tell me about this.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Oh, nice.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
True.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing. Okay, bird book.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past.
Anymore?
It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
But yet, up in the tower, you see.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3.
He sounds too proud for that.
Sorry? I thought you said me too.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
That's fair. So technically Hawkshaw lied to us about the lens, unless he just genuinely doesn't understand it. I want to go back with that in mind.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Third
A
book.
book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Spicy.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
It is kind of baller. Okay, I don't think that we have a clue from here.
More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported. Yeah, are we on an island or what?
True.
Beats me.
Bridge.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
Bridge.
Looks like it might be about to fall apart.
Don't like that.
Grimoire, you go first.
Oh, that's good.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
That.
It's Tangle Tower.
Okay.
Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
I don't think we're gonna get anything special from here. I'll press the clue button again. Okay, yeah, talk to Fifi. We technically did that, but I guess that means we just need to show her more things. No, I guess we did acquire a good number of things.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Let's just go through everything.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
She's fun.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Okay. So we'll do the potted
It is
flower.
a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Or
Poppy leaves shards of glass all over this statue.
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
well, Poppy says that other people have gone in there.
I am scared of birds.
Aww.
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
She's very aware. Loot.
what's wrong?
Loot, loot.
Earmuffs do not go on statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds.
Same difference.
My argument stands.
Okay.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting.
Okay. Now we can go point at the feather and say it's not a knife.
Suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Okay. We just needed someone else's exposition to do it. A little irritating, but that's fine. Joke.
So,
Sus.
this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
Feather. Not a knife.
It's not a knife.
Mm-hmm.
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Easy as pie. We already know. Okay, look.
Let's take a closer look at this.
It's actually just a feather. An ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
I got this too. Boop. Boop.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
She loves it. Loves that bird. Ink dip bird is Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
That's adorable.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe.
Such is life.
Flew away.
Either
Flora
or.
spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
Was that in the egg?
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Egg.
Yeah, I think she does.
Egg.
Normally, this is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
Egg.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait.
Oh.
There's something tucked inside this one.
Oh. Oh, this one makes me, like, almost tear up a little bit. I love that. Okay, that's our last piece of evidence.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Okay. Let's do it. Okay.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Totally, man. Sign to match. Placed by was used to paint the red tip. Blood for the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. Resemble a bloody knife.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
True.
Possibly.
For sure,
Flora's
true.
the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Knocked them
Flora
out.
survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well...
Sound. Hi, Lissy.
Freya was stabbed before she fell over. Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
True. True. We're assuming that they had, like, the technology to make such a solid timeline. If they were knocked out by a giant decibel sound, which also, you know, did all that damage, and then the crime scene was staged, or the crime was actually performed then. Did not know the Connor was streaming. It's Tuesday, ain't it? Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday. I could prove you wrong. I could go on break right now. It is actually a good time for stream break. We have a little bit left to do. We still have to make an accusation to Hawkshaw. And then we'll have cleaned everything up. Okay. Yes, break time now. I'm going to be 15 minutes. In that time, I'm going to take care of myself, have just a little munch, make sure all my ducks are in a row, and then we'll be back to finish off the mystery of this game. Okay. Be good. Perhaps I will see you back here shortly. I hope you have a fantastic day no matter what. Be our frickin' be. So, awesome news. Between starting stream and now, the Cali Fire Relief bundle reached its goal. That's so good. I really hope that has an impact on, you know, the people who they're able to reach out to and help. And also knowing that, you know, more than 0 of you guys who come to my streams picked it up and contributed to that too. That's so special. That's so very special to me. Yeah. Okay, we are back. We have to be able to make one accusation against Hawkshaw, and then theoretically we have done everything that we can do before we go into the mysterious room that we opened. The obvious thing is Hawkshaw was very directly incorrect, if not outright lying to us about what the little telescope is. But I am not sure how we unlock the dialogue with her. Because we showed it to both Fifi and Pointer. They both agreed it's a telescope. She insisted it was a microscope. And we showed it to her twice. Once before we got the dialogue, once after we got that dialogue. No change. We've shown her everything. Technically, no. What did she say about it again? She said she used it in the greenhouse.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
Hooray for goofy goobers. And the collective culture of everyone who shared it. Okay, let's show it to Fitz if we didn't already. We did.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
We showed it to Fifi already, but let's try again anyways. Unless the tripod is in her room. Hold on. Is there a tripod? I guess we could try the window in general.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Hawkshaw.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Okay, nothing special about that.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Gotten this dialogue before. We clicked on this.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Love dodecahedron. Her secret shipping phase. No.
Fifi's got something pinned
No, no. Pointer and Hawkshaw, no. No. Illegal. Jail.
Did you notice who isn't?
Jail 1,000 years. No trial. Okay. Peek.
Scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no...
We would only be clicking on stuff if it would show us another clue. That's the thing. So it has to be talking to a person. Try you again. Yeah, no, we did this. How about this, though?
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the
but
back.
she never showed them to me.
No, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Don't think she really... I think the tism is making her feel a little rejected by that. I don't know if we're supposed to show this to anyone else in specific. We've shown her literally everything? Literally everything.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Okay. Back to Pointer. Just gonna check as much of the line as we can. And see if you give us any special dialogue that I didn't
It looks like
follow.
it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see? It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
For the sake of time, I'm pressing the little hint button again. Showing off all the things you found your similarly coded character. She gives the most useful dialogue. Should talk to Fitz. We did, though. What else should we talk to Fitz about? Just show Fitz everything? Did we ask Fitz about We didn't ask Fitz about Hawkshaw.
She questioned me.
Duh.
What?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You
Two
sure?
lies.
Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No,
Two
she
lies.
hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
There's something.
Okay.
Hawkshaw's hand
That was a little
on the
esoteric. Just a little bit.
microscope. Something suspicious.
Games like these... Games like these can cause frustration when there aren't multiple paths into the same answer. Like, you can learn something and in your mind know what the answer is, but not know how to activate it in the game, because it doesn't give you a surplus of doorways into activating the moment in game, despite the moment having happened to the person
Let's
themselves.
ask her about it.
That's one of the issues that affects every game like this, unfortunately. Okay. Why are you lying?
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
Liar.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
Neat. For the beetle?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well,
And lost it.
questioned it, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
No, we have two people who are. Microscope is a telescopic lens. It's part of a telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw lied about it? We'll try it.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It's the murder weapon, so Hawkshaw stole it. Yes, Hawkshaw. Magnifying glass?
The handheld microscope is a part of a magnifying glass, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
No, that's the opposite. So we were closer here. Maybe I could use a telescope. Try this.
The handheld microscope was created by Fifi to use a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
If we're getting this, then it's probably just this. Okay. Yes, this statement makes sense.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
True.
Why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Are we done?
That all tracks.
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Agreed. Secret lair. Secret lair.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Down we go. Ooh. Oh, cool. Cool, 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 cool. I like this. Cracked.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
Maybe not anymore.
I like that you called them rooms.
Cute.
It looks like they're being boiled. But the liquid is ice cold.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
Forensic.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. What's in there?
It's not necessarily a puzzle, but still very interesting. I like the kitty eyes on this one.
Thirsty?
Chug, chug, chug.
Bugs. Big ones.
Tee.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Alchemy.
A candle, perched on a barrel.
It's good aesthetic.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
Awesome.
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks
Good
black,
call.
but it's too dark to tell.
Very good call from Sally.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection.
Agreed.
A glass tank, it's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside.
Okay.
Is it locked?
We're about to find out.
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Ooh. Till they're in the correct position. We're making a pathway. You're not even the right length for this job, are you? Well, maybe that one. Ooh, okay, they pass over each other. Interesting to know. I don't think you can change the layering of these. Definitely makes that interesting. Ooh. Okay, that's not of use. Interesting how nicely that lines up right there. Okay. I don't know about that. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Let's reset. This has to start it. This has to start it right here. I'm liking the start of this. Okay, good wiggle room here. This might be superfluous here. Not long enough to be useful. I feel like we're gonna have to use all of them at least a little bit, though. Not quite useful here. So we can make that pass through. No, we just kind of don't need that. Unless this beginning part is a red herring. No, these two have to start it. It's the only way to progress that. These two are not going to move from these positions. These can connect like this. Only thing that feels useful here is for this to connect. Okay, what if we take this down? Could keep it going down further. Don't think that's useful. Ooh. There it is.
I got it.
There it is. Okay.
I'm impressed.
What's in the box?
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
This is about everything. This is about everything. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming a clouding and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the Chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. Chemtrails in the water. Well, we get a second tab for it, okay. The frogs.
Whose research is this?
Boop.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Sub-basement.
Depends on your perspective.
What about the amphibians? Or what about the frogs? They said amphibians.
Let's not go down just yet.
Why?
We still haven't explored this room properly.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Small. Secret
This is some
lab.
seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete.
Hi,
There's a
Fifi.
section missing.
Boop. And it goes. Now what?
So, this is Pointer's
Colors.
secret lab.
It was me.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Get rich. Beetle. Green Oxide Forest Tower. Let's do this. Locked up. Big Hills hiding from. We'll try this first.
Pointer has been trying to breed
Size
the
Connor.
beetle in the underground laboratory
How dare you?
Because it's rare?
because it's gold.
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Could be.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Also about a bird.
Again?
Down. Basement, basement. Okay, that's a very interesting arrow with a piece of rope.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Sally's so good.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
That's gonna connect to the spool. Yep, red. Sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. A small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it.
So what's the photo?
Ah. A large man sits next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. The metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Is that baby Flora? Lowest level, they say, until we find the sub basement.
Do you know who it is? In the photo?
We've seen a statue of him.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Right here.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, It makes sense when you know who he is.
This is quizzing on the family tree. He's either Lord Fellow or Lord Remington. I'm betting my chips on Fellow, but he could be a Remington.
Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Nope,
Felix made a
Remington.
little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington.
Mm-hmm.
That makes him Flora's father.
Okay,
And
yes.
The girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
That's cute. I mean, except for, stabbing a photograph of someone's father. That's a little weird.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Ooh. Okay. This is before the towers were put on, I think, technically. Secret room in the Grand Hall. Secret room above the Grand Hall. There are secret rooms. They said there were no secret rooms.
Have we been to all of these rooms already? Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
Secret room.
How did we miss it?
Also, the fact that this is 30 feet above ground level, that's fun. Okay, now we can go? Yes.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Horizontal line marks where the lake was before. Second mark marks where it is now. Mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labeled study is in the center. Neat, 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 neat.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Understandable.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Understandable. Ooh, okay, the soul bearer. It's the crab. Aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Crab with 3 differently sized claws. Amphiboi, frog-like creature, walking on 2 legs. Okay, boxes.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more.
Don't tell me there's packing tape, too.
They're also damp. And empty.
Boop.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
Yeah, this room might flood any day now.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Interesting that it's 2.
Basements don't normally have windows.
If it didn't start as a basement, though.
We're at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Look like what?
White, smooth.
Was this a giant egg?
No plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Are we sitting in a giant egg?
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with 1 candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich. Like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake. for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Giant egg. Giant egg.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
Agreed. Uppies, 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 uppies. Oh, scenery change.
It's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
The sun can set in about 7 minutes. No surprise.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
Cool.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Unless we go down from the Moonlight Garden.
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Scary. Okie doke.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Okay, okay. Cool.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Good. You sure we should be touching it?
Are you a puzzle?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Claws can be opened or closed. Well, now we have to go look at it.
This crowd
Toy.
reminds me-
That little wooden...
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Book? Book? Did we get... Yes, we did. Okay. Open to the northeast.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton.
Also, crabs normally...
Oh, goodness.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Okay, do we just kinda... That's way too much. Just do this?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before. Recently, too.
That's definitely too far. Try it?
Nope.
Wasn't this crab in that
The
book?
children's book?
Okay, maybe more like this.
Nope.
Wasn't this crab in that book we found?
The children's book?
A little irritating they keep trying to give me a hint with it.
Nope.
Wasn't this crab in
The
that
children's book?
Yeah, no, stop
This crab
talking to me.
reminds me of something. Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
Okay, there is a bend.
Is that
It's
also...
Okay, don't talk to me. I'm puzzling.
I guess that's
I don't think we need to. We have all the information we need.
nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Nope.
Wasn't
The
this
children's book? Nope.
wasn't
The
the
children's book?
Snip, 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 snip. Nothing else we can do with it?
Nope.
wasn't
The
the
children's book?
Okay. Irritating.
Nope. Wasn't this a children's book? Nope. Wasn't the children's book?
Just gonna brute force this.
Nope. Wasn't the children's book?
That can't be right now.
This crowd really, I think I've seen it more.
Okay, we did need the other leg to be uppies. The small leg.
It's gotta turn.
Also, I guess that's wrong.
I don't have all the information we needed.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this.
What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? There's only so many angles.
Nope.
Wasn't
the children's book? Nope.
Right arm is right and then 40 degrees up.
Wasn't the children's book?
Right arm is right 40 degrees up. That? Or do you mean this? Unless you mean this?
Nope. Wasn't the children's book?
The picture makes it like this is exactly what I'm seeing in the picture.
Nope. Wasn't the children's book?
Then it's added. Go straight out to the right. Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Wasn't this children's book?
No. Unless you are saying this.
Nope. Wasn't the children's book?
What do you... That?
Nope. Wasn't this children's book?
This?
Perfect.
Infuriating. I do not like that puzzle. Half of the puzzles will give you, like, the ability to tab into, like, the key images to the side. So the fact that they make you go in and out if you want to get it exactly correct. Bonkers.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Everyone just disliked me. That's interesting. Dookie dookie.
What is it?
Weapon.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
I think the real... We have it.
We found them already.
Dookie. Ooh, one of them is a telescopic sight for the top. Reel for the bottom. Metal rod.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
True. Okay. Bug.
Centipede? Millipede?
I'd say centipede based on the more pronounced pinchers. Assuming those are pinchers.
How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Mm-hmm. What about that?
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Remingtons?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much.
Mm-mm.
Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Huh. Okay. Ambassadors of Mistrid Mansion. 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. Okay.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
We're gonna get more into the family tree there.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Nope.
Well, the woman on the left
Well-
looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Relatives.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Oh, look at that!
They called this room a
Oh, that's not what I was looking at. The painting had 3 heads.
What would you call it?
the secret death chamber of doom.
Okay. Right here. Crossbow shape.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
Lack of a third one.
The one that isn't there.
Spooky.
An incinerator built into the wall.
Extra spooky.
It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes.
They burned Freya's body in there.
Yeah, there's something.
Oh, a feather. Let's flip back buttons, regular scrap. Huh. Interesting.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Fifth ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbor any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It worked perhaps too well. Laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom, nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful, nothing was moved. But I know, it's time. Bong lamp.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
Ooh. Hold on. This thing right here. this thing right here, that painting that Freya made is gonna go onto it. Why is it sticky? Sure is nice that these people are so mentally well adjusted to write everything down for us like that.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Okay. Hey, those are drawings of Hawkshaw. Okay.
Someone's been using this room.
Okay.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. Now, I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
This is a flyball theory. What if Hawkshaw is just Freya dressed up in disguise? That might be a wild one. Okay, one of these, Hawkshaw. And the other one, photo of a painting.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down.
They are stylistically different.
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Okay. Murder. Okay.
Time to solve this.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Alright, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
The attic.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless
After she's knocked down.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious. Something very loud happened.
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
And Flora.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Something in the
There
gramophone.
was something in the gramophone.
Something small.
feeble.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
Probably amplified by it too.
Any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think they're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't. But I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Well, multiple things. Let's start with the paint.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself.
3 options.
They all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it.
It's a straight up hit.
Much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
Here we go.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
It's enough to dampen it.
Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
Not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay. Transition to night is really nice and cool. Liking it. Is this a whole different sprite for the painting? Okay. Just reassessing everything, huh?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
It does show her with 2 plants. I wonder if we can find evidence of the second plant.
I can see the stars.
Egg.
And Stark.
Egg?
And Stark.
No, okay.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
The fact that it's specifically calling out the black blob in the middle is interesting.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it in the book, yeah? Well, actually, we found it in the incinerator. I could have sworn that Flora pointed to, like, a book and showed us something about it, though. That's where I'm getting confused, but yeah.
Found it somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
They were unconscious.
Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
Sent a bird in.
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
Unfinished painting?
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder.
Yeah, 2 plants.
Finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
I mean, I guess we're going into the painting?
That's not it.
Hmm. Drawings. Maybe my next bets might be brush, bird book. I'm still hung up on the fact that we're seeing 2 of those potted plants.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
And where the murderers. Dropped by the ink dip bird. Stressed. Freya had loss. Something sitting in the window. That's about the plant again. Brown and gray. Unless that's the ink dip bird instead of the plant. I'm gonna try this. I'm not confident.
Blood on the brush was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It's the plant. It might be that palette right there.
Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It really emphasizes its head, inked feather, potted plant. Give it another shot.
Black paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change
The blood?
The blood was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
The view from the professor's window. I'm not sure if that reveals anything specific. We just know that Pointer can see Flora from his position. And the fact that she's saying almost means that we are really close. What do I think? Forest dress. Which Freya had lost. A murder weapon of some accident window. Don't have the option for white. We do have the option for yellow. Brown and gray. Brown and gray. If it's a yellow bird, then it could be suspicion on Penny.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window.
Bird.
Oh.
Okay. Theoretically, that yellow could have been used. Hi, little thing. That yellow could have been used as an undertone in a lot of that painting, so that's why it wasn't obvious to me as an artist, but it is a very strong yellow. Plant that was sitting outside the room. Nope. We knew about the plant.
There she is.
You beast.
Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did,
Hi, Hawkshaw.
but she's a very good listener.
How you doing?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
If we can tie her hands up. Real.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Why do we have the option between tying and not tying her up? That's wild. We're gonna say justice.
Justice. For Freya.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
Okay.
I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower. and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed
Sussed.
every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
The last one's sassy.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Love the sassy answer.
We only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay?
I don't know about that.
Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Well, you're the second person who said you didn't realize I was streaming today. What's up with that?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
Yeah, no, I guess the study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it
Furnace.
anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it.
Wong, do you remember the bird lady? Do you remember the detective? We're looking at both of them right now.
Then, I looked inside.
Okay, I guess we just have to progress the dialogue to get to these points. Both of them? Yup. Penny was dressing up as Hawkshaw, and is very likely to be the perpetrator of perhaps everything here? I'm not totally convinced that she's working completely alone, but,
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
I'm assuming that a misted is a creature that's been affected by the weird mutations of this area.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mystids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mystids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Okay. We're imagining a Dragon Ball fusion or Liquid Ocelot situation. Oh, just disguise. So, it could be the Golden Beetle. Or it could be some of the stuff from all of this. I feel like the group photo is a little too trite, like she already talked about this before. Let's do the secret research.
That's not it.
Really? Okay. Children's book?
That's not right.
Nope. Let's do just the beetle.
That's not right.
No. Okay. Liquid Ocelot is either Revolver Ocelot possessed by Liquid Snake's arm or Revolver Ocelot gaslighting himself and everyone into thinking he's Liquid Snake. I love that it's not clearly defined by the media that it came from. Notebook?
That's not right.
Okay, maybe it is the group photo.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up, but instead, I made a decision.
Lowly entomologist. Apparently because Kojima regretted killing Liquid Snake, so he came up with Liquid Ocelot. That's fair. Sidebar. The whole setup of the geography that the story takes place in, It might be taking place in a giant eggshell? Like a really, really big eggshell that has a lake and then like a terraformed like island and mansion in the middle of it. Genuinely, that might be what's going on here.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
Golden beetle.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
Oh.
Post?
Someone mailed him a pure gold living beetle.
But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person,
Mm-hmm.
all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step.
Mm-hmm.
Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece.
Mm-hmm.
He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through
Go my
all
scare.
that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. He had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
What's the 10?
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
What is your motive? Will. Okay, can we leave? We can literally just walk out. Why?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yep.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare,
Mm-hmm.
for all her vitality. I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families. Perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Oh.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
Did Penelope kill 5 different people?
And why bother with the beetle at all?
6?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them. Initially. Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Danger. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, Will Robinson. Ooh. Oh. So she's gonna get away, right? And though we tied her up? Tying her up was pointless. Good to know.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You are both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know
Sure.
that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny.
Yeah.
A lot.
They were fiancés.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room. But by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I still don't understand if this bird is alive or not.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
That thing's dangerous.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Ooh, weird style change. That's it? What is this beetle MacGuffin? It is... It is a creation of the weird biology of the area around Tangle Tower. It is alive, but it's 90% real gold, and it emits a defense scream. The Irresplitius. A defense scream at 95 decibels. So what Poppy did, she planted the beetle in the gramophone and had one of the birds enter the loft to make it do its defensive scream. And the sound amplified by the gramophone knocked the two ladies out, and while Frey was laying on the ground, Poppy was in the attic, and she shot her with a crossbow. I think her motive's stupid, though. I think her motive is very stupid. Plot got weird. Yeah, no, that was twisty. It got more fictional than I was expecting. So yeah, no, this is also Poppy. Or not Poppy. I keep saying Poppy. Penny. Penelope. Penny/Penelope, also Hawkshaw. Provide contrast with Grimoire, where Grimoire is friendly, open, and emotional. Hawkshaw is a perfectionist. Her design is all sharp angles and clean lines. Okay. Oop. Go through them all. Oh, really early Grimoire art. So there are two earlier installations of this game. They don't look a thing like this iteration. This game is like a complete reboot of what the series used to be. And there will be another installation of a similar style. Bro's got a moon for a head, real. Cute. Brown, brown, and brown. It's actually comprised of various pinks masquerading as brown. That's cute. There was already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. I feel like you still need to be a friendly, approachable gumshoe. That said, I never want to draw his bouncing hair again. Oh, cute. Ooh. There's an extra one, but only on one side. Shaped like an onigiri. Sally appeared in a previous game with her hair down, her back, and a long plait. The aspect of Sally's face is her eyeshadow. They seem to have had a pretty good design for her from the get-go. No, there's some really earlier designs. Who's that in the bottom right corner? Huh. Little story idea was to include the little girl on the team. Obviously, we changed our mind. Huh. Tends to understate her actions, but isn't above throwing a little bit of pretentiousness. Nice. Jesse from Team Rocket. Look at locations. Oh. Both just look like bedrooms. The fact that Penny ended up dressing up as something literally from Freya's nightmare and then also killing her is insane. Let's see, where is my favorite spot visually? Honestly, right when you arrive. They also did not confirm whether or not the lake bed of Tangle Tower is an eggshell. Lab with the bugs? That is also a good guess. We just didn't spend a lot of time there. Ooh, bug drawings. Bug lab. Ooh, that one's like a steampunk waterworks. Nice. Clues. You know, some of those make it a lot more obvious that it's Hawkshaw-ish. Aww. Oh, 3 girls are holding diaries. Cute. What else? The painting. Brushy art style of Tangle Tower made it tricky for this portrait. Feel like it had actually been painted by something. Little grammar difference in there. Decided to create the first concept art of this portrait with real paints. That's fun. Huh. Okay, then. Bug is put down on floor. A strange peacefulness despite the loose ends left in the story. At hell. Real. Badger. Okay. Cute. Let's look at Freya's drawings. I want it to be obvious that Freya was clearly more skilled than the other characters. Well, at art. Goodness. Back from hell. Okay. I think that is it. I'm not gonna spend the next 20 minutes going through the whole gallery, but there is some gorgeous stuff in there, and that whole game was beautiful. I don't know, there's some ways where the story left me a little unsatisfied, but overall, it was definitely worth the experience. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna tab out of here. Bug is at peace is what matters. Returning nature to nature. Okay, who is on? Oh, Index Page is playing ķLEtka. Would that be a weird vibe to raid into? It's a very spooky game. All of the other options are like 80% art. I'm gonna be so real. Yeah, I'm thinking even though it's a bit of a vibe change, we haven't rated Index Page very much. You like very spooky? Yeah, let's set it up. Raid Index Page. Okay. Index is a lovely little librarian girl who might be part of the literature. She has a delightful vibe, and they are currently playing. I believe ķLEtka is an indie. I don't know if it's strictly horror, but it's definitely like spooky. And from my understanding, it's one of those resource gathering spooky games. So, you know, some Lethal Company inspirations, but still its own vibe. I could be wrong about what ķLEtka is. It's been a little minute. I know it involves elevators. Okay, I'll catch you around sometime. Y'all. They play Library of Runia. Yeah. Oh, not again.
Remember to like, subscribe, ring that bell, comment on the video,
it's so
follow
long.
me on Twitter, subscribe to my Twitch, follow me on Tumblr, add me on Kick, friend me on Facebook.
The raid is gonna go out
subscribe to my
before it's
LinkedIn, check out my
finished.
stories on Snapchat, join my world on Meta's
I'm
Facebook
stalling
Metaverse.
now. This is your
Mail a check to
fault.
my house.
Okay. Be good to streamer. Be good to each other. Most importantly, be